Charter rejects the Bantustans, though at the time they were not actually in practice. It talks about freedom of education, housing, freedom to work, to stay where you like, and all these ideas were originated in the Freedom Charter, but are now being carried on by people who may consciously or not consciously be aware that they are taking those ideas from the Freedom Charter.
A very good morning and welcome to this special broadcast brought to you by SABC News. Well, over the next couple of hours, we will be broadcasting from the Walter Sisulu Square in Kliptown, and that is where the Freedom Charter was adopted back 60 years ago. So right here where I am, it's the Freedom Flame, where and in and around it there are clauses of the Freedom Charter, starting with the first one: the people shall govern, all national groups shall have equal rights, the people shall share in the country's wealth. The fourth, of course, being the land shall be shared among those who work it, a contentious issue for many people who say that, especially that one, we haven't been able really to come even close to the ideal. Clause number 5, all shall share, all shall be equal before the law. Clause number 6, all shall enjoy human rights. It goes on and on. 7, there shall be work and security. Another one, of course, where it is widely believed that we haven't done well given the high unemployment rate that we are experiencing in our country. 21 years into democracy and 60 years after this document of minimum demands was drawn right here in Kliptown. So we will be bringing you this live broadcast over the next couple of hours from here, and that is where the ruling party, the African National Congress, will be reflecting on how it has performed the progress that has or hasn't been made.
Said the work of the various sponsoring organizations in the various provinces, and then it talks about the collection process, the kinds of demands, the actual experiences of the volunteers, and then it analyzes the Freedom Charter in the context of the 1950s.
Ismail Vadi's politicization took place on campus. Typically, his terrain was the grounds of Wits University in the aftermath of 1976. He leaned towards the black consciousness politics prevalent at the time before joining the ANC, which he is still a member of. Vadi reminds that while we may have a functioning democracy with a constitution celebrated the world over, there's still much to be done.
If you read the bill, the section of the Bill of Rights, it's almost a rehearsal or a reproduction of the Freedom Charter. The key demands are actually captured in there. But the times have changed. The world has changed substantially in the last 60 years. And I think what we can safely say is that many of the political demands of the Freedom Charter, I believe, have been realized. So we have a democracy, every person has a right to vote. We have freedom of speech, freedom of the media, freedom of movement and association. People have the right to form trade unions and to move about freely. Of course, we've got equality in the courts. So human dignity, very important. Human dignity has been affirmed. Very important part, because I mean the indignities that people suffered under apartheid, that is known. So the humanity has been affirmed. But I think where we are falling short in the last 21 years is that many of the economic demands of the Freedom Charter, I think, some of it we've realized it in part, but I think we've still got a way to go. And the challenge for our generation and for the next generation is to see how we can get the Freedom Charter fully realized, particularly the economic clauses of the Charter.
Well, welcome back to Kliptown. As you can hear behind me, the ANC faithful really celebrating, for it is indeed their occasion. The party, of course, adopted the Freedom Charter 59 years ago and adopted it as a program of action when the party became the ruling party in 1994 here in South Africa. And when this man, Nelson Mandela became the first president of a democratic South Africa, and that was back in 1994. All the heroes, a lot of the heroes of the ANC are here, and that, as you can see to my right, is of course Walter Sisulu, this square being named after him, and that's him and Albertina Sisulu on the other side. But right next to me here is, of course, Oliver Tambo, the man who held the ANC together over decades while it was in exile, battling, really trying to bring us the freedom that we are enjoying today. But today, of course, is about the Freedom Charter. It is about that document that the ANC says is the guiding document of our constitution, but also of all the things that the party has been doing since 1994 and will continue to do in years to come. Interesting, because only yesterday I was in Pretoria, where the National Heritage Council was talking about the possibility of making the Freedom Charter a heritage document. Of course, that would have implications for the ruling party as well. But over the next couple of hours, several people, including and especially the alliance partners, the ANC, the SACP and COSATU, will be gathering here. The people you are seeing right next to me are people from in and around Kliptown, and they have been requested to come here and actually celebrate, but also listen to their leaders reflecting on progress that has or hasn't been made over the past 21 years, and how moving forward the ruling party will be able to really create the conditions for a better life for all of them. Here where we are in Kliptown, it is, of course, a picture that you see all over South Africa. Within this precinct, you see a lot of businesses, small businesses, people who are really from informal traders, hawkers, as some people would call them, but also to small businesses that are really trying very hard to be big. But what you also find here in Kliptown is actually abject poverty, where people are really, really struggling to make ends meet. So hopefully the leaders of the ANC and its alliance partners, when they reflect on the progress that has been made over the past 21 years that have been in government, the progress that has been made over the 60 years that the Freedom Charter was adopted. Of course, I mean, most of those years, it goes without saying, are years during which apartheid was in charge. So the ANC can't really count those as years that they can measure the progress that has been made. Well, stay with us, but for now it's back to the studio. As soon as the proceedings start around 10:30 or 11 o'clock, because it does look like the program is going to run a little late, but in between we'll be bringing you some key people who are here and their reflections on the Freedom Charter and the progress that has been made or hasn't been made over the past 21 years. Well, from a noisy spot, it's back to the studio in Johannesburg.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get you the latest weather update, and we're going to start off by taking a look at
You saying? Yeah. No, we can go for the politicians. I'm just trying to think. If COSATU is here, for example, right? we can talk to them about, all shall have a right to decent work and whatever, and then reflect on unemployment and that sort of thing. We can, for example, I don't know if Gooks would be here. We can reflect on the land issue, and then I was trying to think. Yeah. Yeah, I heard in the morning we landu SAFM, the Kosatu was at the hotel, there around the thing. So maybe there's a way we can. Let me also try and see if. All right, man. I'm checking a quick one if I may. Who's in Trip Down from you guys? Yeah. Yeah, let's check who is. Oban. Oh, okay. Okay. No, cool.
When they were here or when they were landing? Which day? That's a problem. They don't want to give that away. That's a problem.
Kunjani mkhulu wami? Khona mina. Yendoni? Nancy. It's thoughtful. Looked down lately. I was like, excuse me, yakhangela mamkhulwa ukuba umphathiswa wakhe ekho apha e-Cape Town by any chance. Oh, okay. kulinda. Okay, no fine. Yeah, not in my number, yeah. No kidding. All right. Jabulela. Hi, Sissy. I'm alright, thanks, and how are you? Yeah. I'm checking. Oh. Now I still have yours. Open it. Mamela wethu siphathiswa akekho Cape Town or Clip Town. There was a Clip Town. We also Clip Town. Oh, already. Oh, okay. Yeah, no Mastete again, later today. No. I was saying I'm in Clip Town. I'm in Clip Town. Clip Town. I'm in Clip Town. Yes. We are all up. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Tell them that they're coming this guy.
Oh, okay, who's coming? But is it all five? You bring the whole tribe? Did you bring the whole tribe? Thank you. Okay.
This will introduce, the pipe will be in the background.
Okay. So who will talk?
This side, comrades,
Who will talk?
buzz of tech. This is the camera.
Yeah. No bangama. So.
Here,
Is it fine? Is it fine so? So. Yeah. How are you? And fine, thanks. How are you? Yeah. So, Batin, Baza. So. Okay. If you can just like. How much is it? Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Let me. All right, man. Yes, yes, yes. No. Nombula. Oh? Nombula.
yeah, he's more eloquent in English. Any one of them. Yeah. All of them they can speak English.
Okay.
So you can pose a question, they can share the response.
Okay. Yeah? Should I walk into them? So I'll do that and just go like that. Yeah. Yeah. How many minutes? Yeah. How many minutes to us? How many minutes to us? Welcome back to Kliptown And this is where, of course, the ANC is celebrating 60 years of the Freedom Charter. ANC President Jacob Zuma will, of course, be giving a keynote address right here in Kliptown at the Walter Sisulu Square. But joining us now are the guests of the ANC who have been crisscrossing our country, speaking and inspiring a lot of people. They really need no introduction. It's the Cuban Five that has been here doing a lot of work and doing a lot of talk. How do you feel, sir?
We feel great. I mean, everywhere we have gone and visited, we have received the deepest expressions of solidarity, of gratitude to Cuba. And I could say that it goes both ways. We are very grateful to the South African people. We are very grateful to the political organizations, the ANC, the Communist Party, COSATU, and Focus, for all the solidarity that we have received. And we have felt like home everywhere that we have visited.
What is the one thing that you'll be taking out of this particular trip, I mean, so far? You still have a few more days to go to other provinces, but so far?
So far is the love we have received from South African people. And for us it's very important because remember that South African patriots, as Nelson Mandela, Sisulu, all comrades that resisted prison and went through a struggle, they serve as an inspiration for the Cuban Five. When we were in prison, solitary confinement, we drew strength from the example of South African patriots. And for us it's very important to be here because the freedom of the Cuban Five is a victory of you all, and shows the power of solidarity, the power of unity. And we are here to say thanks. We're also here to say that the struggle must go on. A luta continua.
Well, of course, your country is facing a lot of changes with the shall we call it, the softening of the stance by the Americans. Where do you see the future of Cuba?
Well, I see the future in Cuba in the Cuban people, in the Cuban determination to build our socialism the way we want to build our socialism. And we established that relation with the United States based upon they understand that we are going to defend our independence, our sovereignty, and our honor as a free man. And on that basis, we can have any kind of normal relationship with anybody in the world. So hopefully the United States and Cuba can go forward, and we trust that that's going to be the future, a better future for both people and both countries.
What do you think of President Obama? Do you think he's the kind of guy who will be able to see what he has started through?
I think President Obama has started doing the thing that the Cuban government and the Cuban people asking a lot of presidents of the United States to do. So particularly, I think he got that courage to do that, but we still got to see forward how long he can do it, because we still have the blockade of the United States against Cuba. We still have the Guantanamo base in Cuba, and those two issues is very important issue. It's not only the relation for the interest of one country or another. It got to be a relation with the respect of the Cuban sovereignty, the Cuban independence, and I think he can do a lot more in that direction. And we hope we're sitting, and he's sitting with our president, and we can talk of all those issues that are important for the both countries. So, but of course, he has been a very courageous president to do what he has been done to the relation with Cuba, because it never happened before that any president want to open an embassy in Cuba and have that way, open way for the relation between the two countries.
Now, with this softening of the U.S.'s stance and looking at the future or the potential that Cuba has to develop the way it wants to develop, what is the one thing that you think the world can do to actually, again, in the name of solidarity, to help Cuba grow further and go beyond where it is right now?
Well, we still have a blockade in place, which has to be lifted. We still have the Guantanamo base on Cuban territory, which is an illegal base. I believe that the world is already united regarding the blockade, what is shown in the United Nations every year when the majority of the countries vote against it. So it's time for the world to keep united on that front and to push the U.S. into lifting the blockade. I believe that the conditions are good now for that. Even in the United States society, the tide is moving forward toward the lifting of the blockade. So we need from the world that little push so Obama can leave the presidency with the blockade already lifted.
Thank you very much. Well, there you have it. That's a job for all the solidarity forces to actually take into account, or to something to think about. Let's all help Cuba push for an end to that American blockade. Well, here's a little one. I see that they're here. Hello, youth.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What are you doing here?
Supporting the Cubans. You know the Cuban fight?
Well, little ones, of course, brought here by their parents to really pay tribute to the Cuban Five as well. Strong message coming from the Cuban Five, positive about the future of their country, but also asking you as the solidarity forces from around the world to really help put an end to that American blockade, so that Cuba can be free to develop and to do what it wants to do as a country beyond where it is right now. Well, from Cape Town, I'm going to hand back to Mr. Matabate, who will be taking us through this sports bulletin.
Okay.
Welcome back. That was a nice shout out there by
Can you just record this? It's not live. Yeah. It's just a sound bite. Yeah? Okay, they are recording, ne? Sure. Yeah, fine. Yeah? That's fine. I'm not in the picture. Ne? Yeah. Well, Minister, you were cleared, yesterday. Your reaction, please.
Well, would welcome the report and would say that it's a 600-page document. Obviously, we still have to look into it. But what is important is the point we've always made, that it's inconceivable that a government of the people will sit plan for the death of its own people. It's a democratic government. It's a government of the people by themselves and for themselves. So we have everything out now. It's a relief not only to me, but giving light or shedding light to the nation and international of what really happened. We still emphasize the point that the death of those people was death too many. For us as government, it hurt us to be in a situation where people died, both who died in the hands of other fellow workers and those who died in the hands of the police. Thank you very much. Siyawumukela umbiko ophumile kwi-commission futhi ke esifuna ukugcizelela ukuthi lento besihlale sisho ukuthi uhulumeni okhona uhulumeni wabantu okhethwe abantu. Awukwazi ke lo hulumeni ukuhlala ube netulo olenzayo ukuthi kubulawa abantu. Lesinqumo esiphumile sicacisa ngokusobala ukuthi nalento ebishiwo ayikho. Okubalekile ke manje ukuthi kufanele sisho namanje ukuthi labantu abashona ababulawa abanye abasebenzi abanye abafa ezandleni zamaphoyisa namhlanje siyagcizelela ukuthi sabuzwa ubuhlungu siyazwelana nabo futhi ikakhulukazi imindeni yabo kulesi sikhathi esikusona.
Sibongela Nyamosa.
Siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's going to be live. Check. Yeah. SACP.
Is it going to be live?
We're ready now. It's here. How soon can they take us? Or should we record? Kunjani ma? Ngiyenza into eyiningi. Singisemarika phinde buyele eCliptown.
Multitasking.
Yeah.
Matlako, ne? Chris Matlako, Central Committee Politburo member, SACP.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to give him this name, Evan.
Eh? What are we doing? Are we recording or are we live? Eh? Eh? Gonna be live. They're coming. Huh? They're coming to us now.
They're not giving us countdown and terroristic volunteers.
Hey, can you give us time, guys? When are they coming to us? Is it in a minute, 2 minutes, an hour? How long to us? How long? They say stand by. They are now.
Every time we see them coming, it takes 5 minutes.
Mm? Do you want? Do you want? Okay. Let's go straight. 1 minute. Maybe say 1.
Yeah, can I speak to you?
No.
No.
Sorry. Well, live from Kliptown, Soweto, where the ANC is celebrating 60 years of the Freedom Charter. And with me now is Chris Matlako, who is a member of the South African Communist Party's Politburo. Welcome, sir, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, a great day, I suppose, for the tripartite alliance. You're here to celebrate with your partners, the ANC and COSATU, 60 years of the Freedom Charter. How have we done well, really, as a country over the past 21 years in meeting those minimum demands enshrined in that document, the Freedom Charter?
Well, as the South African Communist Party, we are of the view that under the circumstances, the democratic South Africa has done exceptionally well. Of course, there are challenges that still confront our society, which must still be met and undertaken. But generally speaking, democratic South Africa has been able to achieve a great deal, and which is something that we need to talk more about, so that our people's confidence in the democratization process and the transformation process that is underway in our country, in order to meet all of the 10 clauses of the Freedom Charter, is widely put across there and embraced. Because among other things, the Charter talks about building a South African nation. And you cannot measure that by the extent to which, just having non-racial schools and etc. Though that is important, we need other measures that would ensure that the South African nation coheres as a nation and is able to speak as a South African nation and expresses and embraces all of those things that make us a South African nation.
Very briefly, 1 or 2 areas where you think, which for you are examples of where we have done exceptionally well.
Well, in the social delivery area, I think South Africa has done exceptionally well. In fact, if you look at the data released by United Nations agencies and others, they record South Africa's progress in social delivery as exceptional, in housing delivery, in health, and in other sectors of the social sector.
We haven't done well insofar as jobs are concerned. We haven't done well insofar as land redistribution is concerned.
Of course, those are challenges, and they linked in the main to the issue of the economy. And therefore, it is important that the issue of the second radical phase of our transformation is considered very seriously, and that we are able as Alliance to talk about it and also put it across to ordinary South Africans to undertake and engage.
Thank you very much, Chris Matlako. Chris Matlako, member of the South African Communist Party, who is also part of the Politburo. For now, though, it's back to Johannesburg and Edinburgh.
Jacob Zuma, viva! Viva Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, viva! Viva National Chairperson Baleka Mbete, viva! Viva Secretary General Uncle Kwizi, viva! Viva TSG Jesse Duarte, viva! Viva Treasurer General Zwelim Kize, viva! Viva Provincial Chairperson Paul Mashatile, viva! Niebe Sabana! I hule ANC, I hule! I tie ANC, I tie! Pambili ma volontia galutuli, pambili! Pambili ma volontia galutuli, pambili! Sanibonani ma comrades. Namhlanje sino DJ oyi chairperson ye branch Ward 71 oyi chairperson ye branch Ward 74 Lamontville KZN uDJ Sianda.
Halala ANC, halala. Viva ANC, viva.
Yaitukuta ANC, yaitukuta. Yaitukuta ANC, yaitukuta. Koze guse nge Freedom Charter, koze guse. Koze guse nge Freedom Charter, koze guse. Amandla. Viva the Cuban Five, viva! Viva President Fidel Castro, viva! Amandla, gawethu, asinikezeleni futhi ku DJ Sianda, emveni kwaloko we'll get another group to come and entertain us. You see, we have active chairpersons ze branch ANC. Viva chairperson, viva!
Yeah, you saying? No. Where's the monitor? We're about to start.
Because bona bezoyifaka lapha yana lathi yabo ipackage.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. So, you want me to say something, do something?
I'm here.
He's here.
I told you that yes. Sorry about
He's here, but the person,
Yeah.
he couldn't get that person who was.
Up and then you'll move.
Okay, Mamela, what are we saying now, Guti? They're coming to us, and then what do we do? Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Is he here? Do you know? Okay. Tabo. Is it Elvis? Shouldn't we do a little chit chat rather? Just one or two questions, and then like he can ask what the program, what are we expecting from the program, that kind, and then hand back. Ask them. Yeah. Chit chat. Yeah, let's do a chit chat rather. Okay. Sure.
Only MCU only. We'll do this one later. We just want your picture.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can
Okay.
send this one will come back to you.
Okay.
You can go back a bit. Yeah.
I'm done.
Yo. Man. Oh. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah. What background do I? Yeah. Okay, Tabo and Phil. Can you siyacela ukuthi nisinike countdown? Inzima lento. Tuso ucela nisinike countdown every time, otherwise we are. Did you hear that? Okay. And plus tusiyasebenza ebusuku so amandla ufika sengasenawo la. Yeah. So mcabangele. I'm good, man. Yeah. Sure. Well, thanks very much, Elvis. Well, we're expecting the formal proceedings to start any time from now. I mean, the hall is almost full. In fact, we just heard that some people are now going to be taken to the overflow area, and we're told that the program is also fairly tight. Well, fairly tight by their standards, of course, because there's several items on the agenda. They include messages of support from the various leagues of the ANC, but also messages of support from the alliance partners, COSATU, the South African Communist Party, and SANCO, whereafter President Jacob Zuma will deliver the keynote address reflecting on progress made over the past 21 years that the ANC has been in power. Elvis? Well, there are some people who in one way or the other have a relationship or an attachment, to the Freedom Charter or to its program or to the history of this place. We spoke earlier, you saw earlier when we played Ishmael Valdi, who is now an MEC, but was born and grew up in this area. Short while ago, we were going to speak to someone who was distributing pamphlets here in Kliptown back then. So it's sort of, people who have an association, but do remember that this was 60 years ago. So how many 60-year-olds, how many people who would have been more than 60 years old by now who can be here and, running around or still being able to walk without, with ease and having to, do something while these people are here. So it's difficult to really get people who were here, back then. As I said, the people we've been able to get are people who have some association or the other. Elvis? Yes, Elvis, sorry, I lost you there for a few seconds. Well, it's a mood of celebration. People have been singing and dancing the whole morning, really. Since when I arrived here before Morning Live went on air, there were people running around, carrying flags, carrying posters of the ANC, singing. It's really a mood of celebration. But again, the ANC has said it is as much a mood of celebration as it is a mood, a day to reflect on what has and hasn't been done. But they do underlie the fact that there is every reason to actually celebrate, because even though the situation is far from ideal, they believe that a lot has been done, and that has to be not only celebrated, but also it's something that they feel they need to keep on saying, so as to give confidence to the people of South Africa that this project, rebuilding South Africa, is indeed a work in progress, and people should appreciate that. But of course, where a lot still needs to be done, and people believe that the ANC isn't doing what it is supposed to do, they are keen to see people bring that to their attention. Well, a couple of our reporters have been here. They did spend some time here this week, among them Aldrin Sempier, who really brought the stark contrast, into life. He spoke to small business operators who were actually making a decent living, from the precinct and the facilities built around it. But he also brought into life the plight of many people who are jobless, many people who are actually very poor, and who have nowhere to turn to. So, which I suppose, is the story of so many people across the country where we have, I mean, we are one of the most unequal societies in the world, where we have so many rich people, yet we have so many poor people. I mean, you look at workers. On the back of yesterday's, the release of the Marikana report, I mean, those workers were demanding your 12.5. Yet you have CEOs, executives of mining companies, banks who are earning ridiculous amounts of money. I mean, what does a person have to do to earn the kinds of the amounts of money that the top 10 executives, the richest, I mean, or the high earners in the country are earning, compared to the pittance that so many workers are earning? So, I mean, that is the reality that the ANC has to confront. If you're saying that, if the Freedom Charter says, the minerals shall be shared among those who work it, is that a reality in South Africa today? I think a quick answer to that is a definite no. I mean, the same would apply to the issue of land, and having, such high unemployment rates in our country. Can we talk of decent work for the people? So all those realities have to be confronted, and hopefully, 60 years down the line, 60 years after the adoption of the Freedom Charter and 21 years into our democracy, President Jacob Zuma and the ANC, the rest of the leadership of the ANC, will get an opportunity to reflect soberly and really very honestly on those realities, and perhaps most importantly, chart a way forward and give the South Africans the confidence that they need in the future of this country under ANC rule. Well, it is that keynote address by ANC President Jacob Zuma, because really the rest, the alliance partners and the leagues, it will be merely a messages of support. So the speech really to look forward to is President Jacob Zuma's speech, which one would imagine would have been done in consultation with the members, the top 6 and the rest of the NEC. Remember, they had a meeting only last weekend. So he is fresh from that meeting. One would imagine that as they were preparing for this particular occasion, they would have reflected at their meeting last week on what it is exactly that he needs to say today. And remember also that back in January, when he gave that keynote address in Cape Town, he did say that this is a year that the ANC would dedicate to 2 things. One was the radical economic transformation, and the other one was, of course, what today is about, which is the year of the Freedom Charter. Elvis? Yeah.
us this morning and good coverage. All right.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Background.
Yeah. Which background?
Background. That side because in my toilet.
Huh? You did that?
Yes, please. Thank Mama.
Hey, nomkhupha ngaphakathi man.
No, this until that time. That time I was yeah. So do it.
You wanna come there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mama, try and look this side.
You want me to look this side?
Face us.
Right,
No, you I'm like semi-blind to the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minister, the President released the report yesterday. Of course, you also did appear before the commission. Of course, you were cleared. There was no wrongdoing on your part. Your reaction?
Well, I must say that what was released yesterday is very important for the country, but also welcoming the balance of the report itself. And whilst one has not gone through, still have to study the report itself, I think it's good for the country. It brings certainty, but also it deals with issues which we need to address as government, and it helps us in the reconciliation and making sure that what has transpired in our country never happens again, especially when it comes to labor matters. They must never ever lead to such tragedy again.
Yes, Minister.
Kukho izolo lokho kuphumile okurilizo umongameli wethu siyakwamkela kakhulu ngoba kuzosinceda ukuba sakhe uxolo eningizimu Afrika, sikwazi nokuba indaba zabasebenzi uma siyaphambili kungaphinde kube nenhlekelele le esivelele siyiningizimu Afrika, kusakhe ukubheka phambili. Okubaleke kakhulu ukuba umbono wakaFalam Commission uyasinceda ukuba sibone nokuba kukuphi la sinezinto ezingaqinanga nemithetho okumele sibheke ukuba sibalekele futhi inhlekelele engaphindi yenzakala eningizimu Afrika.
Thank you, Minister.
Can you get done, guys? We are working. Pictures is something that we can end up with.
Tabo?
I'm
I'm saying if you happen to see Untlego, let me know as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna call Uroni now. Yeah. Hi. Ndombi. Yeah, we've just sent Susan Shawango as well, ne? Yeah. Yeah. Mamela, what I was thinking, ne? If it so happens, you know, let's say where now your hands are full or you've got a lot of stuff, Yabon, ne? What I'll say is focus on your piece, ne? And then what we can do, and I can do that when I come back, what we can do then is to, you know, the ministers or the people who have been cleared, ne? The ministers, we can then just do them back to back as, you know, several ministers were involved, blah, 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 and then get their response back. What I'm saying is don't feel restricted because now there's this. When you'll decide what you want. Okay, I'm gonna call in. Okay, fine. Okay, thanks. Mamela, ne? I spoke this morning to the Pope guys. Remember, they are taking a position. They are going to defend Ria Pierre. Yeah. So I made an appointment with Unati Teledi, their general secretary. So he is available at 1:30 because they have an NEC meeting, and among other things, they are discussing the very report, Marikana report. So we need someone to go there because remember, done. In fact, you can tell the 1 o'clock. The 1 o'clock guys can just cut the sound bites. What I've also done, I've put both were in different portfolios.
Kusela. Thank you very much, Comrade Tandi. Thank you, Skalukala Manje. We're now going to start with our program. We wish to welcome all of
Elvis,
you.
and once again, welcome to
It is not
the
my
Walter
responsibility
Sisulu's.
to do that, but I'm going to.
Well, thanks very much, Elvis, and welcome back to Kliptown, the Walter Sisulu Square, and that is where the ANC and its alliance partners are about to start with the celebrations of Freedom Charter Day. This is a day in which they are remembering that on this day, 60 years ago, lots and lots of people gathered here in Kliptown to really put together that document that has become a guiding document for the ANC since the days of the struggle and right through till it informed large parts of our constitution, but also the work of the ruling party. Well, the cars you're seeing right behind me are, of course, the cars that were ferrying the president to this venue. He arrived a short while ago, and that is why the proceedings are only about to begin now. Well, it's going to be a fairly short program. We are told the alliance partners will give messages of support, but also the leagues will be speaking to their mother body. But of course, the keynote address will be delivered by President Jacob Zuma himself in a short while. Well, without much ado, let's go right inside where it's all going to happen.
provincial chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng. We have our international friends, comrades, brothers and sisters. We're going to ask them to come to the podium and just come and greet comrades from Cuba, the Cuban Five, their wives and their wives. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us solidarity. Viva the Cuban Five! Viva! Viva the people of Cuba! Viva! Viva Commandant President Castro! Viva! Amandla! Nawethu! Mayibuye! I-Africa! Mayibuye! I-Africa! Viva the SACP! Viva! Viva COSATU! Viva! Thank you very much. Cuban people, loving people, yeah we are far from home. We shall need you, we shall love you all the Cuban people, all the loving people, here we are Gauteng. Viva ANC, viva!
Ngayuza lezi, no? Mata. Mata. Amandla. I know, comrades, you want to sing, but I think we are running out of time. So let's get straight into the business. Program directors, Comrade Balegam Beten, Comrade Nomvula Mkonyane, President of the ANC, Comrade Jacob Zuma, and the top 6 ANC, NEC members here present, leaders of the ANC from other provinces, our veterans who are here present with us, especially Comrade Kathrada and Comrade Winnie Mandela, leaders of the Women's League and the Youth League, leaders of the Alliance, ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, members of parliament, MPLs, executive mayors, councillors, leaders of faith-based communities, delegates from our branches and the alliance structures, members of the media, comrades and friends. 60 years ago, 3,000 men and women from all walks of life, from towns, villages, and the rural hinterland, young and old, rich and poor, workers, peasants, and intellectuals descended on this place where we are gathered today. These brave men and women who traveled to Kliptown by trains, bicycles, and horseback had in their possession pieces of paper containing wishes and aspirations for a better life for all our people. The delegates to that august occasion, the Congress of the People, longed for a country and continent where all shall live as equal, with equal opportunities, friendship, and brotherhood. These patriots, defying all odds, including harassment, intimidation, detention, and beatings, gathered here driven by nothing else but their love for their country and the quest for freedom. Gathered as we are today at this square that has been aptly named after Isitalandwe Siaparangwe, Comrade Walter Sisulu, our forebears proclaimed in unison that, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people." This proclamation has reverberated throughout our country, our continent, and the world, and since then we are back here in Kliptown today to reaffirm that declaration that has kept the fire of hope burning in the hearts and minds of all South Africans. Comrade delegates, as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter today, we cannot but remember those heroes and heroines that blazed the trail by defying the odds and stood against the might of the racist apartheid regime in a march forward to freedom. Their patriotism and fearlessness in the face of brutality have and continue to inspire us. These are men and women who dared to dream. They dreamt of a country free of oppression of men by men. They dreamt of a country free of economic exploitation. They also dreamt of a country that is prosperous and at peace with itself and the world. Compatriots, we are back here, and one can still hear the collective voice of those who came before us as they proudly proclaim for everyone, including the oppressive regime, to hear that our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustices and inequality. Back then, the delegates of the Congress of the People also made a pledge to build peace on a firm foundation by further declaring for all of us to live in peace and harmony. And I'm told, Program Director, that whenever they adopted the clause of the Freedom Charter, every time they'll say, Maibuye, Africa. But I won't ask you to do that today. For all of us to live in peace and harmony, they said, the people shall govern, that all national groups shall have equal rights, there shall be work and security, the people shall share in the country's wealth, the land shall be shared amongst those who work it, all shall be equal before the law, all shall enjoy equal human rights, the doors of learning and culture shall be open, there shall be houses, security and comfort, there shall be peace and friendship. Maibuye. Compatriots, as we're gathered here today, let us reflect on the sacrifices that our forebears made for us to be enjoying freedom and democracy in our country. It is now 21 years since the democratic breakthrough of 1994. Whilst much has been achieved, creating a better life for all our people, with the political and socio-economic conditions having been changed significantly, there is still much more that needs to be done. The triple challenges of poverty, joblessness, and inequality are still with us, and in honor of those who sacrificed for this freedom we are enjoying today, we cannot but rededicate ourselves to the struggle to surmount these challenges. Together we must move our country forward, guided by this ever-shining light, the Freedom Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and compatriots, on behalf of the leadership and members of the ANC in Gauteng, I welcome you all to the smart province of Gauteng. May I also take this opportunity once more to heartily welcome our brothers from Cuba and their families, the Cuban Five. We are indeed honored to be with you as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. Viva Cuba, viva! Viva Comandante Castro, viva! May we have an inspiring 60th anniversary celebrations of the Freedom Charter. Maibuye, all power. Aluta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Paul. We're now going to invite a representative of the National Task Team of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Fikile Mbalula.
Amanda! Amanda! Viva ANC, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Viva President Jacob Zuma, viva! Viva President Jacob Zuma, viva! Viva President Nelson Mandela, viva! Viva Commandant Fidel Castro, viva! Viva Oliver Tambo, viva! Viva Walter Sisulu, viva! Viva Winnie Mandela, viva! Viva Winnie Mandela, viva! Viva Ahmed Kathrada, viva! Viva Ahmed Kathrada, viva! Uzoyithola kanjani? Uhlale khonani? Comrade President, our friends from Cuba, comrades Hastela, Vista, Patria o muerte venceremos. Fatherland or death, we shall win. We pass our revolutionary salutations to all members of the Alliance COSATU Communist Party, and the Progressive Youth Alliance. On this occasion of the celebration of 60 years of the Freedom Charter, President, members of the ANC, our revolution is under attack. Akufunekanga singingize sibambe siyeka. It is today, moving forward, that we must claim our space. It is not an attack on President Zuma, it is an attack on our revolution. Akufunekanga sijonge mva sifane nento ezingananyani ezinganamva nomphambili. Kufuneka namhlanje siqine enyaneni. Siqine Maqabani, siyimbumba, siyi-alliance. Kakade thina nto zaziyo asothuka nganto. It is the strength of our revolution that is tested today. The Freedom Charter, 1955, Comrade President. Our detractors, even today when they arrive here in Kliptown, they will say, still Kliptown was like this. But Kliptown has changed, comrades. This place was not like this. Even when we built the houses, President, you tell them that this is the actualization of the Freedom Charter, they will still tell you that you have done nothing. But the ANC government has not delivered. Maqabane, ndifuna xa ndigqiba ngoba kuzawuthetha umongameli namhlanje. Thina singabantu abatsha sizayivusa i-Youth League. Injawunjoku ivukile mongameli. Sizawuvungama sifane nengonyama. Asizunqanda amanzi engena endlini. Kakade ezento zenzakalayo namhlanje bekufanele kube njalo. Even if we tell them what we want to tell them, you establish a Marikana Commission. Instead of congratulating the president, they will say, "Hayi le commission bekufuneka kubanjwe abantu." Akuthethi President Zuma, kuthetha uFalam. I-commission eyenziwe ngupresident bazawuhlala bekhonkotha kunjalo. Ningothuki Maqabane. Masiqine enyaneni. Sakheni umbutho sibe yimbumba. Asiloxesha lolwela izikhundla eli. Lixesha lokuthi xa silapha siphakathi kwalamagqala funeka sibe nemvuselelo. We must be revived to defend our revolution. When I conclude, comrades of Cuba, we thank you for being here, for not having sold out the revolution. We have been with you now and forever. The next world and the alternative world order that is just, it is possible. Forward with the revolution. Long live the Freedom Charter. Thank you very much.
Raw, young lions, raw. Without any waste of time, we'll invite the Deputy Provincial Secretary of the ANC Women's League in Gauteng, Comrade Faith Mazibuko.
Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Wathinta abafazi! Wathinta abafazi! Phambili nge-Freedom Charter, phambili! Phambili ngokukhululwa kwabomama, phambili! Phambili! you very much, Program Director. Mamnomvula Mukonyane, Mbingelele leadership, Sikokelo, Ubabu President Zuma. Let me acknowledge all the alliance members who are here, the NEC, Amalunga Wama Branchi, Amandla Agupi, Pambili Ngama Branchi, Pambili. Today, as the ANC Women's League, we are very proud that we are with you in celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. It is through this Freedom Charter that as women we are liberated today. It is through this Freedom Charter, President, that we are enjoying the benefits that our forebears, our mama, abaskokela, behlezilana kubanda la Kliptown, that today we are better women and we are women who know where the ANC is going and who know what the ANC is going to do. Namhlanje, as we gathered here, we pay tribute to the Freedom Charter. Through this Freedom Charter, all of us, we are who we are, and we are a good example of a better life. Ngalawo mazwi amafishane sithi siyabonga kakhulu ngokuthi Freedom Charter isikhululile and thina siyamalunga we-ANC siyayidumisa i-ANC, asinamona, asinanzondo, siyayidumisa i-ANC. Danke ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Comrade Faith Mazibubo. We will now ask the following speakers to be ready. Comrade Richard Mtagane from Sanko, Comrade Losi from Kosatu, Comrade Plate from the South African Communist Party. But let's have a sweeper, Comrade Sianda, the chairperson of branch 70, Ward 74, Elamontville, KwaZulu Natal, DJ namhlanje.
Pule pule, what? Pule pule, what? Siba pule, here I'm going. Siba pule, Tanzania. Siba shoshonkon, here I'm free. Siba shoshonkon, here I'm free. Ate, Chino, hey, that's a big
very much. Comrade Mtagane, the president of Sanco. Viva Sanco, viva!
Amandla, long live the Freedom Charter, long live. Long live the ANC, long live. Long live the Communist Party, long live. Long live COSATU, long live. Long live Sanco, long live. Program Director, Comrade Nomvula Monkonyane. The President of the ANC, Ubabu Msholozi. Deputy President of the ANC, Ubabu Ramaphosa. Officials of the ANC, members of the National Executive Committees of all our structures, veterans of our movement, Istwalandwe, Ubabu Katrada, the Young Lions, leadership of the entire mass democratic movement, the leadership of the faith-based organization, Amakhosi akhona, omama nobaba bakhona, comrades and friends, on this historic day, June 26, the day of the 60th anniversary of the adoption of the Freedom Charter, it gives us great privilege to convey the best wishes of the National Executive Committee of SANCO to all our people and all our allied organizations. It is an honor that we mark this day at a place, at the very same place, Clifton, where the Congress of the People took place on June 26, 1955. In its founding conference, after the long discussion, SANCO adopted a document, the Freedom Charter, as a guiding document. I can confirm that was a long, long discussion. The civic movement took a decision that the Freedom Charter represent aspirations and dreams of all South Africans, will remain our guiding policy document for many years to come. It is prudent for all of us gathered here to sincerely thank all our gallant fighters who gathered here to craft the Freedom Charter. Some of them are still alive and hopefully are here amongst us today. Their bravery has transcended generations as they were steadfast in their conviction, despite atrocious conditions under which they were gathered with heavily equipped police contingents. The entire country, the entire movement, the continent, and the world will remain indebted to them for generations to come. The Freedom Charter says the people shall govern. It is our understanding as SANCO that democracy requires the citizen should be engaged continuously in governance through interaction with those who make decisions. Those who are elected to make policy and laws on behalf of the people are required to fulfill their mandate in continuous consultation and dialogue with the citizen on whose behalf they act. We once more look to the ANC to provide leadership in creating conditions for our people to enjoy and exercise the democratic right for which we all fought for so bravely and with so much sacrifices. SANCO, as an organization, appreciate the gathering today because it's an honor for all our departed comrades who made all these sacrifices so that today we could be here and celebrate the document that they have produced, that has led all of us to understand that South Africa that we seek to build is a non-racial, united, democratic, and a prosperous country. We hope all our alliance organizations will appreciate the unity of the movement as a whole and ensure that whatever we do, it unites the masses of our people. It unites Africans, it unites Indians, it unites whites, it unites colored people to form one nation. That is South Africa. We hope we are going to celebrate many days and many years of the Freedom Charter because it is the document that was crafted by the delegate in June 26, 1955. We hope in next 100 years we'll be here to celebrate this historic document. It is our view that we should continue to teach and engage the masses of our people to understand all the 10 clauses of the Freedom Charter because it belongs to them. The people who are here stated that the Freedom Charter belongs to all our South African people, and we hope we'll be able to build this capacity to engage the masses of our people in dealing with all the problems that we are facing. Amandla. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Comrade Mti. Comrade Zingi Swalosi from Kosatu.
Amandla. Long live the African National Congress. Long live. Long live the ANC. Long live. Long live President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Mhlanganyelwa Zuma. Long live. Long live President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Mhlanganyelwa Zuma. Long live. Long live the South African Communist Party. Long live. Long live Kosatu. Kosatu. Long live. Long live Sanko. Long live. Eita Fasimba. Eita. Eita, the Youth League of the ANC, Eita. Long live the Veterans League of the movement, long live. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. The NEC of the ANC ikhokelwa ngumongameli utata Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma. The Central Committee of the South African Communist Party ikhokelwa nguComrade uBlade Nzimande. NEC of Sanko ekhoyo apha ikhokelwa ngumongameli wayo uPresident uMdakane. The COSATU Central Executive Committee members that are here, veterans of our movement, isithwalandwe utata uKathrada, umama uMadikizela Mandela Imbokodo. Members of the alliance that are here, our Cuban comrades. COSATU is here bringing revolutionary greetings from the Red House in Jorrison Street, the house of the South African Communist Party, the house of the workers of this country. Comrades, on this day, 60 years ago, the Freedom Charter was adopted by the real Congress of the People at Kliptown. The Freedom Charter influenced workers across all sectors of the apartheid economy, which thrived at the exploited workers, segregating workers according to their race, according to the place of origin and gender. It denied workers access to many places within the commonly known areas. Comrades will recall that there would be placards written, "Slegs blankes, only for whites, natives not allowed," and many others. COSATU joins the millions of South Africans today, the 26th of June, here at Kliptown, Soweto, to pay its respect to all our grandfathers and grandmothers who appreciated the call to organize or starve. When they joined the thousands of trade unions, though at that time they were unrecognized, but they realized the importance to fight for liberation, for democracy and social justice at all workplaces. COSATU today joins all millions of workers at garages, at schools, in the farms, at universities, at factories, in the mines, and in all other sides of our struggle to appreciate the work done by our forerunners. COSATU and all its leadership at large are very proud to have associated themselves as an organization with the African National Congress, with the South African Communist Party as the only vanguard of the working class, and the progressive community organizations such as UDF and later SANCO and countless others. Program Director, the 1994 Democratic Dispensation was not a political manna that came from somewhere. It was a necessary path that had to be taken at that time. Many workers will recall the Azikwelwa Alexandra bus boycott of 1957, the Butatswana miners' strike, the Durban strike, Davidson riots of 1991, the 1996 Soweto uprising, the Cartomena riots of 1960, and the stairways of 1960, and also not forgetting the bombing of COSATU House in 1987 and countless others. And as a federation, we are saying, workers will never forget the brutality of the apartheid government. Workers understood one message: SACTU is the spear and ANC is the shield. And we are saying, no worker is a good member of Congress unless he is also a trade unionist. No trade unionist is a good trade unionist unless he is also a member of the Congress. And today, as COSATU, in the week of convening of the Alliance Summit, calls for the integrity of unity of workers under COSATU. We are saying, abayikhombile indlela baphinda bajika baluchaba lwe-revolution. ANC leads, ANC lives. Amandla.
Thank you very much. Comrade Zingi Swalosi is the Deputy President of COSATU. Malibongwe. We're now going to invite Comrade Plate Nzimande, the Secretary General of the Communist Party. He's wearing a black t-shirt today, but it's very red.
Yes, I'm wearing a black t-shirt like a good Pirates fan. Amandla! Amandla! Viva ANC, viva! Viva SACP, viva! Qina COSATU, qina! Viva SANCO, viva! Amandla! Comrade President of the ANC and the Republic, Comrade Jacob Zuma, and all the leadership of the ANC present here, Comrade Losi, Deputy President of COSATU and the leadership of COSATU, Comrade Mtagane, President of SANCO, and all the leaders of SANCO, our veterans, Comrade Katie, nalentombi le akuyena umama ngimbiza ngesesister yami endala, umama uWinnie Madikizela Mandela. Our Cuban heroes and all of you comrades who are here, the SACP today joins its allies and the people of South Africa in celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. We are very proud as communists that despite the fact that the apartheid regime banned us in 1950, but many communists participated in collecting the demands of the Freedom Charter, and they were also here in Kliptown. And we are pleased to say, Mongameli, because when we are gathered like this, we must tell our history, that the SACP formally adopted the Freedom Charter at its underground conference in 1962. Sibadala nalosomqulu. Of course, the 60th anniversary is a historical moment for all the democratic forces in our country. As we celebrate the Freedom Charter, we must also remind ourselves that in 1994 we dislodged the apartheid regime, thus paving the way for a new phase through which we would implement the vision as contained in the Freedom Charter. Those who are on the side of apartheid and also who accrued its benefits are opposed to these fundamental principles of the Freedom Charter. Siyamangala namhlanje ukuze naseParliament wonke umuntu athi ayisayithanda iFreedom Charter, iANC engayi-implement iFreedom Charter, but babesilwisa abanye besigijimisa besibophela kona ukuthi sigayidwe ile Freedom Charter. Abanye bengibalalele eradweni namhlanje, big mouth, more ANC than the ANC, but they had opposed a Freedom Charter. And also, Comrade Mphatho, allow me also that, comrades, I agree with the Comrade Umbalula, we dare not lower our guard. We have to be vigilant. As we celebrate 60 years of the Freedom Charter, we must make sure that we deepen our unity and also expose all those forces who are trying to cause divisions within the alliance. Today, there is this opposition tabloid called the Mail and Guardian, are writing a big story that the SACP is dumping Zuma, is sorry for having supported Zuma. Kuthiwa siqabene wenqamalala, inkosi impela sidinga ukulanyula. Angazi ke, you know, sathi masithi samagqobani samaphepha isikhathi esiningi amanga belungu, kwathiwa siqamba amanga. The Mail and Guardian today, not only is it gutter journalism, it's devious and it's a fabrication. And the Communist Party will have to discuss whether we should continue cooperating with the journalists of this opposition tabloid. And it's the same tabloid which said last year, people of South Africa must stand up and vote for whichever party they like except the African National Congress. That's the tabloid that is trying to abahambe bozama enye into hayi le abazama ukuyenza yokuzama ukuhlukanisa uAfrican National Congress neSACP. And we as the South African Communist Party, we are 94 years in July this year. Akekho omnye omdala kunathi ngaphandle kwa-ANC. No other party is older than us except the ANC. And we want to reaffirm as we stand in this ground that we shall remain a dependable ally of the African National Congress. badla kahle njengo DA bathi ANC ayenzanga lutho kusukela ngo1994 because abakwazi ukuhlala endlini engenambani lento ANC yaseyiqedile kubantu abaningi namhlanje ezweni lakithi. And we must celebrate these achievements because this is part of the realization of the vision as contained in the Freedom Charter. More than 3 million households for poor people. More than 1.5 million students have attended university and college assisted by this government to realize the Freedom Charter. I grew up in a mud house. I know what it means to live in a mud house with a pit toilet with no electricity. My own township, Utambuza, looks very different today. I didn't even know that electricity can get into a mud house, as the ANC which came with that. I am the example of the many achievements that this government has actually brought about. Those who supported apartheid, they are trying every trick to try and say, we have done nothing. We have done a lot, and we want to say to them, we will teach you a lesson. Election after election, the African National Congress is going to win. Ngoba abantu bakithi bayazi ukuthi lo mbutho wenzeni. You know, moving towards the end, Chair, we are not saying we have done everything from the standpoint of SACP, but we have done a lot, and we know what we have not done. It's only those who have done something who knows what is it that is not yet done and how it needs to be done moving forward. We are doing this, we have got great difficulties. As communists, we must say this. This administration, Elidom Sholos, is functioning in a very difficult global period. We had a 2008 global financial meltdown, okuyisifo se-capitalism ukwethina seyamakomanisi. Njalo capitalism ihlala inyuka ibuyiwe. Despite that, we have continued to say priorities of government are going to continue to be funded. We have not said we are diverting from that. So for that, as the SACP, we will stand as a dependable ally. Ngizwa omunye obekhuluma nawe la SG ekuseni eradweni ethi si-implement i-Freedom Charter ngamacuzucuzu. Kusho le phatha lezi ingane egangi lefaka ama-overall ebuvu okuzofanele sibayekise nale mkhuba yabo abayenza lapha sibadala. Bathi amacuzucuzu benzeni bazokwenzana yikho into abazoyenza. This is the reality yethu thina abantu abamnyama. My mother was a kitchen, oh my father was a garden, oh that's why samekomani. So my mother was a kitchen girl, oh my father was a, oh that's why oh that's why oh that's why oh that's why so oh that's why oh that's why
Amandla Gawe 2 comrades veterans azithethanga but kune veteran la stage umama uWinnie so ngizamcela umama uWinnie athi chu nje azafike la abeke izwi on behalf of ama veteran Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi Ibambeni wabafana ibambeni oh ibambeni wabafana ibambeni wasinzi oh yesepam sala bafana semkombo Oliver Tambo, Esepam, Sarabafazi, Esemkombo. Oliver Tambo, Ibambe, Wabafana, Ibambe, Wasintiza, Ibambe, Wabafana. Semkombo Oliver Tambo Isipam Salabafana Semkombo Amandla Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma Ayongena Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayongena parlamente Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayongena parlamente Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayongene parlamente Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayatuma makostigasi Ayongene parlamente Amandla My president, Ketleisekisa Zuma, inkokheli yesizwe. Zonke inkokheli zam ezihleli apha. Nonke nilapha namhlanje. I am honored
to just say, I have been missing you. All protocol observed. Siya nibulisa baseCuba, welcome. We have long wanted to say welcome to you. We fought for your release, and we are so glad today our fruits fighting for your freedom are realized. I wasn't one of the speakers, it's Aunt Balega, who just said I must come over here, so I'm not going to waste your time. Safe to say, this day, we recommit ourselves to the values of those leaders who sat here on an open field and declared that we were going to have a freedom charter, which would be a charter that would charter us to freedom. Today, we remember all our leaders. We remember the Oliver Tambos, the Ruth Mampatis, the Chris Hannis, the Nelson Mandelas, the Lillian Goys, Abo Kletis Manzi. We are saying Lomhla, we are here because of them. We know we have a few problems, but we are here to say, i-African National Congress, iyawukhokhela eli lizwe kube ngunaphakade. I-African National Congress izawuzenza zonke izinto enisithume zona under President Jacob Zuma. Sifuna ukuthi namhlanje abo basilwisayo besigxeka besithi asideliverishanga, they are dreaming. Here we are. We couldn't do everything in 20 years. No country has achieved total freedom in 20 years. We are very grateful that the African National Congress has brought us where we are today. And we recommit ourselves and we are saying, eli lizwe liza kuziachieve zonke izinto esithe siza kunenzela zona besingenakuzenza within 20 years. As the previous speakers have said, sinakhele izindlu, sinemibane. Yes, we are struggling to have those because economic situation all over the world is as it is. We are no different. Siyazi inkokheli wethu Jacob Zuma that zonke inkinga esinazo namhlanje, you are going to lead us and siza kuphumelela awuyindawo at the African National Congress ilapha naphakade. Amandla!
Siyabonga Mamwini. Comrades, in 1955, when the people of South Africa gathered here, there were 2,840. Today, 2015, as we celebrate 60 years of this Freedom Charter, abantu abakule precinct bawu 4,500. Asikubonge lokho. Sikubonge nangendlela i-ANC esiphilele ngayo. Ngoba i-ANC namhlanje ineminyaka ewu-103. Iphilelani iphilela ukuthi ibhekane ney'nkinga zabantu. And comrades, asokuze siyeke ukulwa silwele amalungelo abantu lawa esawa summarize kule Freedom Charter. Sizoqhubeka noma sebekhumsha kangakanani emaphepheni naphina. Tina, we have the spirit of no surrender. Comrades, sonke ebesikhuluma la, we were warming up this spot for our main speaker for the day. Ubaba, uComrade Jacob Gedlehlekisa Mhlanganyelwa Zuma. Siyacela ke baba singasachithanga isikhathi ukuthi uze ngaphambili ukhulume nabantu, ukhulume nabasivakashele, ukhulume nabasekhaya. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you. We might sit down, please. Siyabonga baba. Thank you very much, directors of the program, Deputy President of the ANC, Cyril Ramaphosa, and all ANC officials, ANC NEC members, leadership of the ANC at all levels, the General Secretary of the South African Communist Party and the leadership of the party, the Vice President of COSATU, and all other COSATU leaders and members who are here today. The President of SANCO and the leadership of SANCO with us here today, and the membership of SANCO. The veterans of our liberation struggle, represented here in front by Isitwalandwe Siapalangwe, Ubaba Ahmad Katrada, Kanye Nomama Uwini Madikizela Mandela, and all other veterans, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, mayors and councillors, members of national parliament and members of the legislatures, traditional leaders and religious leaders, business leaders, leaders of community-based organizations, the ANC Youth League, and the entire youth and young people of our country, the ANC Women's League, and the entire women population of our country, our special guests from Cuba, the Cuba Five, distinguished guests, South Africans, compatriots, comrades and friends. We've gathered in Kliptown to relive the historic moment in the history of our country 60 years ago, when the visionary document, the Freedom Charter, was adopted by the Congress of the People. We pay homage to the 3,000 delegates who gathered here in Kliptown and made history by uniting regardless of race, gender, and class. They adopted the Freedom Charter as the most practical tool to articulate their common hopes, dreams, and aspirations for a future South Africa. Compatriots, before we discuss the glorious day in the history of our country, let us also spare a thought for the families of more than 44 people who lost their lives in Marikana in Rustenburg. Yesterday, we released the Marikana Commission report. This national tragedy brought back the pain and the shock that engulfed not only the families but the nation at large. We reiterate that such violence has no place in our democratic country. We should draw lessons from this tragedy to ensure that never again would any conflict over wages or any reason degenerate into such a shocking loss of life. Work will begin to implement the recommendations of the report so that there can be a closure on this matter. We urge political parties not to use this national tragedy for political posturing. The tragedy should instead unite us as South Africans behind the resolve of eliminating all forms of violence in our country. Compatriots and comrades, let me come back to the Freedom Charter. I believe it is important to say, where did it begin? And how did we arrive here in Kliptown to make this historic day? The conception of the Freedom Charter was proposed by Professor Z.K. Matthews at the ANC Cape Provincial Conference in Cradock in 1953. Within months, it became a national ANC campaign, and the Council of the Congress of the People was created, with Chief Albert Luthuli as chairman and Walter Sisulu and Yusuf Kachalia as joint secretaries. The Congress of the People was to create a set of principles for the foundation of a new South Africa. In May 1954, Chief Albert Luthuli, the then General President of the ANC, issued a call urging ANC volunteers to travel the length and breadth of South Africa to collect demands and to encourage people to describe their vision of a democratic South Africa. Thousands of ANC volunteers trekked to all corners of the country to hold meetings, rallies, and public forums with ordinary people in factories, on the farms, in communities and churches, women's organizations, schools, trade unions of popular demands, trade union branches to prepare a schedule of popular demands for change. These were then collated and compiled. Let me repeat these few paragraphs. For good purposes, I listened to a debate this morning of political parties, and I think they need to hear this not just once, twice. One, where the Freedom Charter was conceptualized, who worked throughout the country to gather the views of the people as a content of the Freedom Charter, who were manning the structure that organized the Congress here. And I hope good people are listening. The conception of a Freedom Charter was proposed by Professor Z.K. Matthews at the ANC Cape Provincial Conference in Cradock in 1953. Within months of that proposal, it became a national ANC campaign, and the Council of the Congress of the People was established with Chief Albert Luthuli, who was the President General of the ANC, as chairman, and Walter Sisulu and Yusuf Kachalia as joint secretaries. The Congress of the People was to create a set of principles for the foundation of a new South Africa. In May 1954, Chief Albert Luthuli, the president of the ANC, the chairperson of the new structure, issued a call urging ANC volunteers to travel the length and breadth of South Africa to collect demands and to encourage people to describe their vision of a democratic South Africa. What kind of South Africa did they want? Partly because the ANC was very clear. The freedom they were fighting was the freedom of the people, and the people should have said it. What type of freedom do they want? Thousands of ANC volunteers, responding to the call of their president, trekked to all corners of the country to hold meetings, rallies, as you can see even today. The ANC goes all over the country holding meetings and rallies. It's a culture. And public forums with ordinary people in factories, on the farms, in communities and churches, women's organizations, schools, trade union branches, to prepare a schedule of popular demands for change. These were then collated and compiled into a document, the Freedom Charter. At the Congress of the People, an open assembly of democratically elected delegates held on the 25th to 26th June 1955. Thousands of delegates then gathered here in Kliptown, including Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Helen Joseph, and Father Trevor Huddleston, to adopt the Freedom Charter. One of the names I mentioned here, somebody's going to say was not here, was here in the houses around consulting. So he was here. The preamble of the Freedom Charter reads, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. That our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and inequality. That our country will never be prosperous or free until all our people live in brotherhood, enjoying equal rights and opportunities. That only a democratic state based on the will of the people can ensure and secure to all their birthrights without distinction of color, race, sex, or belief. And therefore, we, the people of South Africa, black and white, together, equals, countrymen, and brothers, adopt this Freedom Charter. And we pledge ourselves to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, until the democratic changes here set out have been won." Unquote. On that momentous occasion, the Charter was read aloud amidst an overwhelming number of delegates, with the police and members of the special branch milling around, taking photographs and intimidating delegates. Those who don't know the special branch, because they no longer exist, were political police whose job was to hunt politicians and harass them. Spending 2 days, each section of the Charter was adopted by acclamation. In the treacherous days of repression and despair, the Freedom Charter became a great beacon of hope for millions of South Africans, uniting in a common struggle for dignity, equality, and social justice. The Freedom Charter called for the abolition of racial discrimination and the achievement of equal rights for all. It welcomed all those who embraced its values to strive for a united, democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist South Africa. Non-racial unity had emerged from the crucible of the mass campaigns of the 1940s and 1950s, which united in action the organized might of bodies and movements representing all racial and class components of South African society. The Congress Alliance had been born during the campaign of Defiance Campaign, Unjust Laws, against unjust laws of 1952. The Freedom Charter is the foundation of a democratic and non-racial value system. It is an inspiring and visionary document that has shaped the development of democracy in South Africa, and most importantly, laid the foundation for the democratic South Africa Constitution. Comrades, compatriots, and friends, the apartheid regime viewed the Charter as an act of treason. The racist state was particularly horrified by the merging of non-racial opposition, and it moved decisively to intensify repression in order to defeat the forces of democracy. 156 leaders of the Congress Alliance were arrested and tried for treason. But the trial backfired badly, since it cemented the unity among the leadership and focused international attention on the apartheid policies. The racist regime's campaign of repression culminated in the massacre of 69 unarmed demonstrators at Sharpeville on March 21st, 1960. It followed this up 10 days later with more repression, including banning of liberation movements, and all avenues of peaceful protest were closed. The international community was shocked beyond belief. The United Nations declared through a special resolution 21st March as International Day Against Racial Discrimination. Comrades, compatriots, and friends, at the Third World Conference Against Racism, held in Durban in September 2000, the African National Congress made a submission to the NGO Forum on our history of the non-racial struggle. Our movement then said, and I quote, "At its formation in 1912, the African National Congress became the pivot of African unity in South Africa and beyond. From its inception, the ANC conceived of a South Africa composed of diverse cultures living in a common society and sharing a common sovereignty expressed through democratic representation. In its first years, the Congress focused on uniting African people in defense of the limited freedoms that they then had, where previously separate indigenous armies had waged war against colonial forces. The ANC sought to unite the diverse peoples in an effort at moral persuasion. Unquote. Indeed, each act of the racist state that attempted to divide our people and prevent the emergence of non-racial unity generated greater determination within the liberation movement to achieve precisely this goal. In the words of President Oliver Tambo, and I quote, "Since it was the express aim of the government to enforce sharp racial divisions among the population and to set up I'm still negotiating. Let me start in the quote again. Since it was the express aim of the government to enforce sharp racial divisions among the population and to set up separate and possibly hostile racial camps, the very act of cooperation and unity among all opponents of racial discrimination and white domination was in itself an attack on government policy. It was therefore of great political and strategic importance for the African National Congress to rally and to welcome the support of other oppressed groups and of democratic whites." Unquote. Compatriots, the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter is, in essence, also a celebration of the unity that prevailed at the worst periods in our struggle within the ANC and its broader alliance family. Throughout the 20th century, the ANC consciously fostered the unity of the broadest range of forces opposed to the racist state. Non-racial unity was forged in the crucible of working class struggle. The Communist Party of South Africa, the CPSA, later known as the South African Communist Party, the SACP, was among the first organizations in South Africa whose membership was open to all races. The role of white communists, some of whom became leading fighters in the struggle for liberation, for national liberation, did much to build the spirit of a known racialism. Their presence was a constant reminder that our struggle was against an oppressive society and not a racial group. The enduring influence of Gandhi's philosophy of action also contributed to the broad stream of the liberation movement's non-racialism. Mahatma Gandhi conceived and inspired the tactics of Satyagraha during the 21 years he spent in South Africa after his arrival in 1893. His legacy found enduring organizational expression in Transvaal and Natal Indian Congresses, which he helped to found and which entered into a formal alliance with the ANC in 1947. Within the colored community, the African People's Organization, APO, emerged in the first decade of the 20th century as perhaps the first truly national organization open to persons of all races and with branches in all the colonies that later constituted the Union of South Africa. Following the APO's demise, the ANC developed a strong colored support base, particularly among rural and urban workers in the Western Cape. In the 1950s, the Colored People's Congress mobilized working class coloreds in defiance of apartheid laws and led popular and effective campaigns against segregation on Cape Town's trains. The CPC became a key component of the Congress alliance in the 1950s. This unity amongst all the national groups in our country was the cornerstone of the Congress of the People. We recommit ourselves today to working harder than ever before to unite our people and reinforce the non-racialism and unity within the mass democratic movement and within broader society. Compatriots, the growth of the women's movement after the founding of the ANC Women's League in 1941 and the Federation of South African Women in 1954 played a key role in cementing the position of women in the struggle. Strong influence that both the ANC Women's League and the Federation required within the Congress tradition ensured the evolution of a gendered perspective on questions of race and class within the ranks of the liberation movement. President Oliver Tambo was a leading exponent of women's emancipation within the liberation movement. He consistently articulated the position that evolved that the oppression of women is symbolically linked with racial and class oppression. And I quote, "The mobilization of women is the task not only of women alone or of men alone, but of all of us, men and women alike, comrades in struggle," unquote, said Comrade Tambo. Comrades and friends, celebrating the Freedom Charter also enables us to celebrate the role of the religious sector in the struggle for freedom and the promotion of the unity of the oppressed. Many of the early ANC leaders were clergy, and this strong support from people of faith has never ceased. We remember today the non-racial ecumenical Christian Institute led by Dr. Beyers Nodi and their seminal document, The Message to the People of South Africa, which denounced apartheid as a false gospel. It was produced in cooperation with the South African Council of Churches. We also recall the World Council of Churches document, the Program to Combat Racism, and the Kairos document of the 1980s. These were all critical milestones in the mobilization of communities of faith within the broad stream of the liberation struggle. Comrades and friends and compatriots, fellow South Africans, the Freedom Charter is not only a document in our history, it is part of our lives. As said earlier, it formed the basis of the progressive constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In much the same way that South Africans were called upon to make suggestions that led to the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955, the South African Constitution shares a similar history of a substantive and comprehensive public participation program. In addition, not only does the South African Constitution take its roots from key ANC human rights documents, such as the 1923 Bill of Rights in South Africa, 1943 African Claims, and 1955 the Freedom Charter. Further constitutional developments occurred in mid-1988 when the African National Congress published the constitutional guidelines for a democratic South Africa. This was a public expression by the ANC of an initiative aimed at achieving a negotiated settlement in South Africa. In terms of these constitutional guidelines, the ANC committed itself to the adoption of the Bill of Rights enforceable through the courts. The initial consequence of this initiative was the adoption of the Harare Declaration by the Organization of African Unity in August 1989. This document used the constitutional guidelines as a basis for outlining the minimum principles of a post-apartheid constitution acceptable to the international community. It was later adopted by the non-aligned movement and the United Nations General Assembly. The ANC further proposed its own Bill of Rights for a new South Africa in 1990, with further amendments in 1991 and 1992. The Constitution drafting process touched thousands of people across the length and breadth of South Africa. Thousands of public meetings were held, reaching almost every town and village in South Africa. Education and engaging fellow South Africans on the content of the new constitution. Civil society structures played an intermediary role, enhancing engagement and participation within communities. Members of the Constitutional Assembly participated extensively in this campaign and traveled across the country to townships, informal settlements, rural villages, churches, and schools to consult with the public about the constitution-making process. The media, through television and radio, was also used extensively to obtain people's views on the content of the new constitution, apart from the 2 million written submissions received by the Constitutional Assembly. The South African Constitution was adopted on the 8th May 1996 by an overwhelming 87% of the members of the Constitutional Assembly. Following adoption, the constitutional text was referred to the Constitutional Court for certification and consequent to 2 hearings by the court. The constitutional text was given a stamp of approval on the 4th December 1996. The first democratically elected president of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Nelson Mandela, signed the Constitution on the 10th December 1996 in Sharpeville and urged all South Africans to work together in building a united, democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist South Africa. The words of Madiba rang out in unison with the crowds gathered in Sharpeville, heralding in a new era. And I quote, "Let us now, drawing strength from the unity which we have forged, together grasp the opportunities and realize the vision enshrined in this Constitution. Let us give practical recognition to the injustices of the past by building a future based on equality and social justice. Let us nurture our national unity by recognizing with respect and joy the languages, cultures, and religions of South Africa in all their diversities," unquote. Comrades and compatriots, the ANC is the oldest living political organization in Africa. Its formation stirred the imagination of the continent. African national congresses were formed in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and even as far afield as Uganda. Our anthem, Nkosi Sikelel' Africa, which is sung in a host of Southern African nations, is a reflection of a pan-African vision and unity for which the ANC has always stood for. When the storm of colonialism swept our continent, South Africa became the hub of the Southern African labor market. The wealth of South Africa has been created through the toil of the Southern African working classes. Our Pan-African vision was sharpened by the emergence of a trade union movement that reflected this objective reality. the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, formed in 1919, became the first major union of black workers in the subcontinent and was led by a Malawian worker, Clemens Dadali. We thus reaffirm our strong African identity and our firm belief in the unity of the African peoples throughout the continent. We also reaffirm that as the African people from Algeria to Zimbabwe, we are one people. We have one destiny. We have always been one people. The ANC is committed to continue playing a key role in promoting unity and peace within the continent. This is in line with the call of the Charter, that there shall be peace and friendship in our relations with the continent and the world. The Charter also inspired the formation of international solidarity. In a message sent to this celebration today, Tony Dykes, the Director of Action for Southern Africa in London, the successor of the anti-apartheid movement, notes that it was no accident or mere coincidence that the meeting in London that founded the anti-apartheid movement, the AAM, took place on the 26th June in 1959. That meeting was addressed by, amongst others, the late President Julius Nyerere and Archbishop Trevor Huddleston, who was awarded the Isitwalandwe Siapalankwe Medal in Kliptown. On this historic occasion, we paid tribute to all freedom-loving Democrats across the world who walked with us on the march towards a free, democratic, united, non-sexist, and non-racial South Africa. Much has been achieved since the adoption of the Freedom Charter and of the Constitution of the Republic. Our Constitution commits us individually and collectively to build a nation based on the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom through constitutionalism and the rule of law. It describes the mechanisms and institutions which we have created to ensure that we achieve this. Separation of powers remains a critical doctrine, promoting cooperation between the executive, parliament, and the judiciary, which constitute the new democratic state. Since 1994, the democratically elected governments have focused on addressing historically injustices and creating new institutions to facilitate the building of a democratic society based on the principles of non-racialism and non-sexism. Substantial progress has been made in the areas of accountability, political stability, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, integrity, the legitimacy of the state, and the rule of law. Concrete steps were taken immediately in 1994 to overhaul the legislative framework upon which institutionalized racial discrimination was based. During the first 10 years of democracy alone, 789 laws or amendments aimed at reconfiguring South African society were approved by Parliament. The dismantling of the legal framework of apartheid and transformation of many state institutions has led to the visible improvement of the socio-economic conditions of millions of people. We created the Chapter 9 institutions to strengthen and protect constitutional democracy and human rights. Working with our people, we expanded the delivery of social services to the poor. We began reorienting the provision of services from serving a minority to the entire population to build a better life for all. The ANC government put in place new institutional arrangements and structures to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances informed by the Freedom Charter and the Constitution. We introduced a new regulatory environment to enable the private sector to reverse the legacy of racial discrimination and to begin deracializing the economy of the country. This is being done to lay the ground for achieving economic freedom. As we enter the third decade of democracy and in the 21st year of our freedom, we remain committed to the 1923 Bill of Rights in South Africa, 1943 African Claims, the 1955 Freedom Charter, and the many other constitutional and human rights documents prepared by our glorious movement, the ANC. We must move decisively as we did then to consolidate the gains of our constitutional democracy and advance the socio-economic transformation agenda with all vigor and might as a nation. As ANC members, we must live the values in the Freedom Charter and the Constitution. We must promote unity, non-racialism, discipline, and a selfless commitment to building a better South Africa for all. We must embrace all in our country, especially those in need and in hardship. At this point, we urge ANC members to lead by example and embrace the families of those who were killed brutally in Marikana. Our brothers and sisters in Marikana should not shoulder the pain of losing their loved ones alone. The last 3 years was a difficult period for the whole nation. We should now begin a new chapter of unity and face the difficult road ahead together. The ANC government will continue to provide as much support as possible to the families in Marikana. Comrades and compatriots and friends, we are truly privileged to be part of the celebration of 60 years of the Freedom Charter. We have come this far since 1994. Nothing can stop us now in our pursuit of economic freedom and the full emancipation of our people from poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We declared 2015 as the year of the Freedom Charter and unity in action to achieve socio-economic freedom. We must recommit ourselves to unity, non-racialism, and to work together to build a prosperous South Africa. Comrades and friends, 60 years ago is a long time. And we believed that as we celebrate 60 years today, we must give a good background for the Freedom Charter and take your time so that we appreciate the importance of the Freedom Charter then and now and in the future. It is always important that as a country, at some point we must pause and look back, as Matiba says in his book, and then look forward, because the road ahead is still very long for us to reach prosperity. And it needs all of us. All of us, those organized, those unorganized, those holding different views, because we believe in the ANC that there is no one who's wishing to take South Africa back. We all want to reach the destination of prosperity. And we believe we only differ in the routes we take and the mode of transport we choose. But the destiny is one, to make South Africa a prosperous country. Mandla! Awethu! Uhinde lendlela esihambayo, uhinde lendlela esihamba, uhinde lendlela esihambayo, uhinde lendlela esihamba. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom team. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom. Uhinde lendlela esihambayo, uhinde lendlela esihamba, uhinde lendlela esihambayo, uhinde lendlela esihamba. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom. Ihinde lendlela lendlela esihambayo jinde lendlela esihambayo jinde lendlela esihamba washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefree washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefreedom ihinde lendlela esihambayo ihinde lendlela esihamba ihinde lendlela esihambayo ihinde lendlela esihambayo washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefreedom washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefreedom jinde lendlela esihambayo jinde lendlela esihamba jinde lendlela esihambayo jinde lendlela esihamba washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefreedom day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade President Zuma. Comrades, we now come to an item of launching a very important...
Well, President Jacob Zuma reflecting on the history but also the relevance of the Freedom Charter as the country celebrates 21 years of democracy, 60 years after the adoption of that document that has become the basis on which the ruling party in South Africa, the ANC, has based its policies, but also a document that has acted as a source of inspiration for the party faithful as they hope to take the country forward come the next elections and many, many years to come. Well, that's where we are going to leave it from the Walter Sisulu Square here in Kliptown, Soweto. From me, Vuyo Mvogo, and the rest of the crew, it's a goodbye.